Hey yo, what's going on? I hope you all are having a good evening so far. We've still got a couple more agent stories left in ZENLESS ZONE Zero. And then I'm thinking I'm probably gonna start Final Fantasy VII Rebirth after I get through the agent stories on this game. So that will be coming soon. Oh yeah, we gotta do the final friendship fair thing. Oh, whoops. Okay, she's still... Alright, Travis, you're up. It's too bad Miss Twin Tail Girl couldn't help us out here to attract all the guys to come to our store. Simmer Hot Pot Restaurant. So we got this lady out here trying to look like Jane Doe. Hi, would you like some hot pot? I'm here for the letter to 141. 141? Are you here for takeout? 1 minute. Let me check the order. 141. Is it the Luminous Square store or the 6th Street store? It's about the collaboration. Sorry, I'll need to ask my manager about that. The passionate employee rushes off into the kitchen while shouting something about the convenience store. An argument erupts inside. A short while later, the server returns with a letter. Sorry, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Here's the letter from my manager. As our food is extremely fresh, they would need to be stored at extremely low temperatures to be put on sale. So, besides hot pot soup-based cubes, we still haven't decided what else to sell at 141. Everything's written down in detail within the letter. Could you please deliver it to 141 for us? I'll deliver it right away. Hey, what do you know, right as soon as I finish that, Lucy shows up here. Random Lucy appearance in Lumina Square. Lucy seems to be chatting with the clerk about something. At Lucy's gesture, you approach and join the conversation. Alright, I better not disappoint and decrease Lucy's trust level here. The Hotter Than Heaven Hot Pot Challenge is on. Conquer it for a free plate of our top-selling Simmer's Spicy Beef. These guys are good at promoting their sales as challenges. You want to try it? But hey, Proxy, do you happen to be a fan of spicy food? Yeah, I'm amazing. Yes. There we go. Alright, you're my partner then. Let's get this straight. I'm not a moron who falls for gimmicks. I'm just hungry, you know? The final winner gets their name on the wall. Did you hear that, Proxy? You lose and I won't let you forget it. But if you win, I'll owe you a favor. Any favor. Oh, I like it. She's totally fallen for it. You bust a gut with Lucy and finally finish the Hotter Than Heaven set. Well done, challengers. Please enjoy a free plate of our Simmer's Spicy Beef. Can I have my name on the wall now? And not yet, unfortunately. As I mentioned earlier, only the final winner gets that honor. The record keeper is a mysterious lady in goggles who showed up one night. She was enjoying that fiery hot pot with like it was iced tea milk on a hot summer day. After finishing, she claimed to be a soldier, but didn't give her name, so the wall's still empty. Wait. I think she's talking about Soldier 11. Next time I see her, I gotta ask. How much did she eat? I'm asking, how much did she eat? I'll double it next time. I'm definitely not losing to some mystery goggles girl. Yeah, it's gotta be Soldier 11. So spicy. I love Lucy. And I'm not talking about the show either. Okay, so now we gotta go over here.
We've got new stock in today. Come take a look.
Boom. It's over. All right. Time to get back to the, well, okay, hold on. Let me do this real quick. I just put my foot in my mouth, didn't I? What happened? I was just chatting with Johan? Or Johan? And Lazuli, and we were both complimenting Lazuli about her collections from the Ballet Twins, but somehow we just ended up pushing her buttons. So now Lazuli walks around with this cross look and refuses to talk to us. It'd be great if someone could ask her why she's so pissed. Okay. Alright. Oh. We got mail. Oh. Whoopity-doo. Alright. Let us continue with the agent stories now. Alright, where's Lycaon? There he is. Alright. A few days later, you meet up with Lycaon at the coffee shop in Lumina Square as you agreed earlier. Regarding the Mockingbird incident from before, I have conducted a preliminary investigation. It seems as though this organization is deliberately trying to get close to Miss Lilac after all. They're definitely up to something. That's right. The true intentions of these people remain unclear. However, I have already prepared my bait. Perhaps a big fish will take a bite soon. Actually, there's one more thing that I'd like to discuss with you. If it's not too much to ask, could you spare some time around this time tomorrow? I have some doubts about this case that I hope we can clear up together. Of course. Wonderful. Then I'll be waiting for you at Lumina Square this time tomorrow. The next day, Wise heads to Lumina Square and immediately spots Lycaon in the crowd. He steps forward and stands on tiptoes to pat Lycaon on the back.
Ah, you are very punctual. I wanted to discuss with you that recently, Miss Lilac has been acting rather strange. While she usually frequents the bookstore, recently, she has been going to the noodle shop instead.
So? Yeah.
What's wrong with the noodle shop? Noodles are pretty good.
I apologize. I have no bias against noodles. What I mean is, Miss Lilac's least favorite food is noodles.
I guess it's Lilac. Hey, what's up, Ox? It's going okay, I guess.
She even said, noodles being the protag's favorite food, that's so last year. It's a new year now. Have some creativity.
Lilac seems to be quite the comic nerd.
In addition, according to what her chauffeur and bodyguard said, she even skipped her extra classes today. This is completely unprecedented. Miss Lilac has always been well behaved and never skips classes. Even in her free time, she spends it almost entirely reading comics. I have a suspicion that this all might have to do with that so-called Mockingbird organization.
Maybe Lilac is going through a rebellious phase.
Risu. Dude, I totally forgot about that. I don't know, I have not checked on Risu.
I thought Miss Lilac's rebellion is already expressed through the way she speaks. In any case, in order to ensure that there are no potential threats to her safety, I wish to do some investigating at the places she frequents. If I could be so bold as to ask you to accompany me, I believe you are likely more familiar with Lumina Square than I am.
Lumina Square is like a second home to me. I guess that is true. We spend... I mean, after 6th Street, obviously, the place we spend the most time seems to be Lumina Square, so...
Sure. Lumina Square may as well be my second home.
It seems you are indeed quite familiar with the location. I was wise to ask for your help. Ah, yes. There was something else I wished to discuss with you. May I call you Master while investigating, just in case? I believe using this to cover our identities will be more convenient for us.
By all means, go ahead.
Thank you for your cooperation. Then, let us begin from the noodle shop.
Bro, I have never gotten over the way Chop looks. He's just, I don't know. There's something off-putting about the way Chop looks. It's okay, Ox. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's you, Wise. I wanted to ask you about something. Well, sorry, I'm in the middle of something right now, and there's a stream of customers queuing out the door. Yeah, no, I get it, dude. Sleep is important. Ugh. We've been short-staffed at the shop recently, and the part-time kids aren't always able to come in. Besides making all the noodles, I have to serve all the diners, too. Some people take an eternity just to order. I'm just swamped here. Got new earbuds. Okay. Would it make things more efficient if you were to know in advance what each customer in the queue wished to order? Oh, I'm sorry, that was Lycaon. Of course it would. If I could get their orders in advance, then I could really focus on the noodles. I see. I have a proposal to address this problem. You can judge for yourself if it's appropriate. With your assent, we could sign a temporary contract. I can help ask your diners about their preferences, give them some appropriate suggestions, and summarize everything into a table for your perusal. Oh, you got Psycho Pump. How is it? Nah, I don't think you told me that, but you mentioned the game before, but I don't think you told me you actually got it. The worst game, really? Wow, okay. Of course, I won't be requiring any form of compensation. I just hope you can take the time to answer a few questions once you're less busy. Lycaon sure is one dependable attendant. Yeah, it hadn't come out back then, yeah. If you say so, Wise, then I'll leave things with you. Oh hey, would you look who it is? Well, isn't this girl just super busy? Oh, I think a white bowl is better. Wow, it's a Thyron attendant. He looks so suave. Good day. Our restaurant provides a menu service that matches you with dishes that suit your needs to increase efficiency. May I ask, what appeals to your taste? My taste? That's a little direct, isn't it? I like 'em hot and arrogant. I'm also into furries. And oh my gosh, this girl is down bad for Lycaon. That's on me. I didn't explain myself clearly enough. What I meant to say was, how do you like your noodles? Oh, in that case, I like sweet noodles. Master, based on this diner's description, I have identified their main requests. White bowl, preferably on the sweeter side. Is there anything you could suggest? I mean, I would think... I mean, seafood noodles not gonna be sweet, so I think pumpkin soup. Not bad. That's exactly how I like it. By the way, do you mind if I watch the attendant while I eat? They go really well together. Oh, dude. Shoot. What the hell? Dude, she wants Lycaon's D so bad. I don't think that's a good idea. It will affect the running of the store. Ah, that's too bad. For a second there, I thought the noodles on the menu had turned into a high-end ribeye steak. I got one last question for you. May I please pet your tail? The tail has a different price tag. Well, I haven't heard that one before. Look, thanks, but the tail is off limits. Alright, now we got a cop. Look at this crowd. How long are we going to be waiting for? Is it really that hard to get a bite to eat around here? Good day. Our restaurant provides a menu service that matches you with dishes that suit your needs to increase efficiency. Excuse me, how do you like your noodles? You mean flavor? Well, of course it's gotta be spicy. Noodles without chili is like an ethereal without a hollow. It's not natural. I'm sorry, but noodles that aren't spicy do exist in the world. Or at least they do here. If you want some, we got it. Master, based on this diner's description, I have identified their main requests. A black bowl, piping hot soup, and a dish with meat. Please recommend a dish for them. Well, it's gotta be this one. Not bad. These noodles look like it will hit the spot. Looks like you're working really hard. I thought you were some rich person who brought their attendant out to experience life in the real world. Thank you, I guess. You're welcome. Remember to add extra chilies, the spiciest you got. Your order has been settled. Thank you for your business. Ah yes, the classic guy who never opens his eyes. Every bowl of noodles looks so good to me. Good day. Our restaurant provides a menu service that matches you with dishes that suit your needs to increase efficiency. But I don't really have any special requests. I'll take whatever you suggest. Is there anything you can recommend? How about this white bowl of fried barbecue noodles? It's one of our most popular dishes. Well, that sounds pretty good, but isn't fried barbecue a little greasy? I like eating meat, but it's not very healthy if it's greasy. Well, how about a black bowl of red chili chicken noodles? The soup isn't greasy and it's good for your immune system. That does sound good, but the black bowl has red chili in it. Won't that be a bit too spicy? I can eat spicy food, so there's no problem there, but I just don't feel like eating something that's super spicy. That's not what whatever means. It's quite alright, I understand. Master, based on this diner's description, I have identified their main requests. Meaty but not greasy and not spicy. Please, could you suggest some dishes for them? Oh, but wait a sec. Green pepper is gonna be spicy, and then this doesn't have any meat. So, what the fuck? None of these work. Okay, I guess we'll just do bone broth noodles and hope it has meat in it. I don't know. Wow, that sounds great. And the meat on those bones doesn't look greasy at all. I'll take one of those. Oh, so it does have meat. Okay, well. I couldn't gather that from the name bone broth, but okay, whatever. Your order has been settled. Thank you for your business. No, I should be thanking you. I'm not the type of diner with many requests. It must be a real pain for you when you get a picky eater, right? Thank you for sharing your concerns. We always try to cater to the needs of our diners, no matter the customer. I hope you have a lovely meal. As expected of Lycaon, cool, calm, and collected. I've counted up all the orders of all the customers in line. Let's hurry up and give Chop Jr. the final table. That's it? You guys are moving fast. Let me see. This is a complete clear table with prominent, easy-to-read items. You really are a gem of a worker. Oh, once I'm financially independent, I'd love to have such a capable attendant helping out with daily operations in the shop. And just think of all the customers he'll attract just by standing there. Lycaon's services cost top dollar. Your praise honors me, but you surely are joking. I am merely a humble attendant. I wonder if you might be available now to answer a few questions. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Go ahead, ask away. We can talk about anything you want, except my pen. Have you seen a little girl called Lilac? She used to shop at your store quite frequently. Who? Sorry. My memory isn't the greatest, and I'm always forgetting other people's names. Well, she's always saying things that people find difficult to understand. Ah, I remember now. That girl who's always talking nonsense. I know her. I saw her recently. She just came into our store recently for some part-time work. One look tells me she'd never lifted a finger on housework at home, but she is hardworking, studious, and a pretty good person. Speaking of which, I just paid her a big advance on her salary today. She seemed nice, and she left her student ID as collateral, so I gave her the advance. An advance on her salary. Got it. Thank you for your cooperation. You have been a tremendous help. It's fine, now that you mention it. What is your relationship with that kid? Lilac is my employer. She has had some minor issues recently, and I am duty-bound to keep her safe. So it's like that then. Hang on, if that kid is your boss, then does that mean Wise... I'm Lycaon's friend. Just as Mr. Wise here advised, we are as close as intimate friends. But in addition to that, he is also my master. Ah, now I get it. Anyway, Thyran attendant, you are very capable. If you're after any side gigs in the future, please come and find me. I'll make it worth your while. Hey, what's up, Divine? I saw you yesterday. Welcome back. Looks like you've gathered a lot of information about Lilac. Discuss it with Lycaon.
I did not expect Miss Lilac would actually work here part-time. Logically speaking, she would not lack pocket money to spend. Unless... perhaps she's saving up to purchase something particularly expensive.
Is it possible that Lilac wants to instead buy that painting she was going to steal?
As expected of a great proxy such as yourself, you came to this conclusion immediately as well. Lilac's parents have been planning to sell a batch of paintings recently. That painting is amongst them, and I hear it was reserved a couple of days ago.
Wait. If the painting belongs to Lilac's parents, why the fuck don't they just give her the painting? Like, what the hell?
But that painting is not cheap. If I had to guess, I'd say it costs about...
Lycaon uses his hands to convey an impossibly large number.
Wait a second. How much? Could someone her age really afford something like that?
Well, in terms of material wealth, my employer is indeed quite affluent.
Material wealth? Is there another kind of wealth?
Miss Lilac's parents are usually exceptionally busy and are unable to spend time with her. However, they are very strict and expect the best from her. No matter what she is doing, she usually has a chauffeur or bodyguards to accompany her. Well, excuse me, monitor her actions would be a more apt way to put it. Every day after school, Miss Lilac also has endless extracurricular and supplementary classes to attend. Though she may have material wealth, is she truly happy? I've been wondering ever since I took over attendant duties for this household. Perhaps that is exactly why Miss Lilac spends so much time with her comics. At the very least, in the world of comic book fiction, she is free.
You really are a good person.
You flatter me, but I may not be how you think I am.
I don't think Lycaon is a person.
Someone once told me that family is an everlasting, unavoidable curse placed upon a person. No matter how much you grow, no matter where you go, that curse will forever follow you like a shadow. When you fall to rock bottom or climb to your peak, it will appear, turning you back into that helpless, powerless child who can do nothing but hide in the closet and weep.
Damn. This guy doesn't have a very positive outlook of family.
Perhaps it is because I have never known the feeling of being bonded to someone through blood, but I've always believed that family should not be a curse, as they had told me.
Yeah, who told you that?
That sounds quite heavy. Who said that?
An old friend. No one worth mentioning. I'm sorry. It appears I've digressed. I believe Lilac chose to work part-time due to her family as well. Perhaps her savings are just short of being able to afford the painting, and she does not wish to ask her parents for help. Or perhaps she simply wants to obtain something through the efforts of her own two hands. However, what I am most worried about is that if Miss Lilac did manage to buy the painting, it would then follow that she would meet with members of Mockingbird. If this is so, she may end up in danger. So, could I be so bold as to ask you to accompany me to another location? Once we are there, I should be able to confirm where exactly that painting will end up.
Talk to the mysterious person. Why are we talking to mysterious people now? Okay. Oh, this young gentleman here. Interested in buying some jade? We just got a new batch in. No thanks, I don't need it. As expected of a rich gentleman. How about you buy a piece of jade for this Thyran attendant with you? It could be a token of trust between you two, seeing it is like seeing your master in person. Just imagine passing this down for 5 generations to your descendants. Wait, Casey? Oh, okay. How about this? I'll cut you a 12% discount. I'm practically giving it away. Just consider it a way to make friends. The name's Casey. Every pawn trader around here knows my name. You guys are lucky to have bumped into me. Mr. Casey, we are not here to shop. Have you heard about that famous piece at the museum getting torched? Do you know who did this? It was the artist himself. All his works are supposed to be fireproof. If it burned, it's definitely a fake. Alright, your turn. Which organization has the highest success rate in our field so far? Mockingbird, or to be more precise, the formerly active Mockingbird. Huh, I never would have guessed a couple of decent-looking guys like you were actually in the know. Guess you deserve a bonus question. Who's the leader of Mockingbird? That's not one of our code words. Hahaha, I'm just messing with you. If you knew the answer to the industry's biggest secret, you wouldn't be standing here, would you? What are you two talking about? Huh? What's up with your master? Don't you understand the code word? Of course. Master is just joking with you. Fine. Got anything you need to sell? My cut's a fixed 20%. No discounts. No, we'd like to ask you for some information. Naturally, we shall offer appropriate compensation. Oh, looking for a bit of intel, huh? You've come to the right person. But rules are rules. If you want the info, I need the code word, and your master has to give it to me too. The most famous piece at the museum was torched. Who was the arsonist? Well, the guy just said the artist, right? Very good. Correct. Which organization has the highest success rate in our field so far? Mockingbird. Very good. You're correct. Tell me then, what do you want to know? It's about that painting, Divine Heart. Do you know who the buyer is? Oh, that. And you really have come to the right place. The buyer of that painting is a little girl, I believe. Ugh. Kids these days, each richer than the last. That's precisely as I'd predicted. Got it. Thank you for the information. No problem. Oh yeah, one more question for the attendant. Are you working solo these days, or do you have a partner? Surely this pampered gentleman here with his innocent Bambi eyes isn't your partner, right? I once had a partner, but now we are enemies. Oh, that happens all the time in this line of work. We've all had partners who ended up becoming our enemies. So why did you split? Trouble dividing your cuts equally? Come on, spill the beans. I love hearing these stories. I'm sorry, that's private. Lycaon frowns and pulls awkwardly at the collar on his coat. He seems rather reluctant to talk about this topic. Yikes. Judging by the look on your face, you must have parted ways in some spicy drama. Shame we didn't know each other back then. I'm a top mediator in this industry, and maybe if I'd stepped in, you'd still be peacefully splitting your profits. So, what is your former partner up to now? Have they got any good stuff? Go on, tell them I'll pay top Denny. You're talking too much. It's okay. Thank you for helping out, Master. Mr. Casey, here's your promised remuneration. Let us hereby part ways. After talking to the suspicious merchant, you give Lycaon a wink. Lycaon instantly understands, and the two of us walk to a remote area together.
You seem to have something about which you would like to inquire. Please, go ahead.
Okay, bro. What the fuck is going on here? What is this? Like, what?
How come you know so much about this sort of thing?
I've merely dabbled a little in such things. I would not consider myself an expert. I understand your confusion. However, this concerns my past. It also concerns my nemesis.
I see. You haven't said anything yet, but I think I get it.
Indeed. They are memories I would rather not bring up. In any case, that past is not pleasant.
Alright, well, I'll let you off the hook now, but I'll keep it in mind.
Thank you for your understanding. As a matter of fact, I once had dealings with these intermediaries due to, well, I had my reasons. Many of them are so cunning, they will take advantage of any weaknesses they perceive. It takes patience and effort to deal with them. If you ever come across such merchants in the future, please be careful. And do not give your trust lightly. Seeing as Miss Lilac has already obtained the painting, she must be meeting with the people from Mockingbird soon. We must stop her before that happens. She should have just finished her supplementary classes. Let's head over and take a look.
Okay, I will be right back. Just gonna grab some water real quick. All right, back. All right. What the hell is going on here? So, Mockingbird is a super mean Phantom Thieves syndicate. They can get hold of anything if they want to. Not even Tops can stop them. Really? I'm not buying it. Don't you believe me? Their biggest case at that time was what was it again? The Lymecria Hotel. That's right, that's the one. Are you also a fan of Mockingbird? Not really. I just happen to know a thing or two about them. The students gather around Lycaon, chatting endlessly. Seems like he's managed to make his way into their inner circle. It's time to ask about Lilac. I've got a question I'd like to ask you all. Do you know Miss Lilac? Sure, she's in our cram class. But I don't think she's here today. She was here earlier, but she's already left. Not sure what's up with her. She's always on about some companion of justice stuff. Totally weird if you ask me. Nah, you're just not getting it. She's trying to be edgy. Edgy? That's ancient. Yeah, that trend died like last decade. Oh, right. At the last PTA, her folks didn't show. Some old dude came instead. I think it was her attendant. I thought it was her grandpa. But seriously, she's loaded. She's even got a personal chauffeur. Why doesn't she just hire a tutor to teach her at home then? Who knows? Maybe she wants to make friends? She's solo all the time. I feel kind of sorry for her. It's not like there's much we can do. Legit can't make heads or tails of what she says. Plus she's always buried in her comics during breaks. I'm like, no thanks. I wouldn't want to hang out with someone like her. Lilac appears at the corner. Miss Lilac. Miss Lilac. That's enough. I don't want to hear it. Are you satisfied seeing me like this? I'm useless, such a freak, so hated by everyone. That's the kind of person I am. Are you happy now? Lilac ran off again. Lycaon and you glance at each other silently before chasing after her. You've been investigating me all this time. Was it my father or mother who put you up to it? Is it because I skipped one of my extra classes recently? Or I dropped a rank in the monthly exam? They're always fixated on these things. It's all they ever remember. Lilac ran off again. Lycaon and you glance at each other silently before chasing after her. You also think the other students are correct, right? A companion of justice? What a joke. I fantasize all day long about being the chosen one, yet I can't even control my daily life. But it's my only dream. Why do you want to take that away from me? Stop following me. Don't look at me. Please. Lilac ran off again. Lycaon and you glance at each other silently before chasing after her. Having run alongside Lycaon for a long time, you're already out of breath, while Lycaon remains as composed as ever. You inadvertently catch his eye and sense he's hesitating, as if wanting to suggest carrying you. Luckily, you manage to catch up to Lilac before that.
Miss Lilac, please. We have no ill intentions. and I do not agree with what those other students said about you. I merely want to warn you that Mockingbird is suspicious. It is possible you may encounter danger if you go.
Even if I'm in danger, it doesn't concern you. In the end, you're just an attendant that my parents hired. Why are you trying to stick your nose into everything? In any case, you're probably just like those other people. You must think I'm a freak, just like they do. Well, I'm so sorry that you're forced to take care of someone who only causes trouble, who no one loves, who's edgy and delusional like me.
I've never thought that. Miss Lilac, you are the respectable, important employer of Victoria Housekeeping. We would never treat someone like yourself with such utter disrespect.
But you weren't even willing to listen to what I said.
My most sincere apologies. My knowledge is lacking. I have yet to better understand popular subcultures, such as what being edgy truly means. I shall make sure to take lessons and educate myself on it.
Is there really a need to take lessons on being edgy?
It doesn't matter anymore. This is all just the price I need to pay to become a companion of justice. I bought the painting so I can finally meet with them. The people at Mockingbird told me that I'm the most promising recruit yet. I will join them and become a companion of justice. You cannot stop me.
I understand. If that is your wish, I will not stop you. I will help you fulfill it.
I'm meeting with Mockingbird at the Ballet Twins at this time tomorrow. You know, I can in fact do this by myself. I don't need you. I've got a carrot and I've prepared weapons to deal with the ethereals. So, I don't care if you come or not. It's up to you.
Lilac leaves.
My apologies. I have brought shame to myself. By making Miss Lilac feel uncomfortable, I have failed in my duties as an attendant.
Are you really going to do this? To help grant Lilac her wish?
Yes, I will. However, the wish I will help her fulfill is what her heart truly desires. If I'm correct in my suspicions, she doesn't simply wish to join Mockingbird. That's only what's on the surface. She has other needs, emotional needs, that are truly what she seeks to fulfill. The fish has taken the bait.
By fish, you mean?
That organization calling itself Mockingbird has contacted me. Master Proxy, may I ask you for a favor? Please, this is something only you can do.
Okay. Ooh, we're going into our sister's room. Look at that. It's hold on. Yeah, that looks like a Super Nintendo controller. I definitely didn't expect things to turn out like this. Lilac is really stubborn. Yeah, but I never thought Lycaon would come up with something like that. Anyway, let's wait for his message. Alright, well, we're finally through Act 2, or Part 2, whatever. Alright, I guess we'll just go ahead and continue on to Part 3. Physical, ice, and ether. Not long after, Lycaon's invitation arrives like he promised. Lilac has sent the exact location where she will be meeting with the organization. I'm afraid we will have to face Mockingbird head-on. It'll be alright. I'm not afraid of them. Please don't worry, I am confident that I will defeat them. But aside from that, I'll be counting on you for that other business. I'm ready. I appreciate your help. I'll have to make some preparations. I will notify you once everything is taken care of. I hope everything goes well. You discuss the secret plan with Lycaon. Shortly after you return to the video store, Lycaon contacts you. And here we go. Yep, physical, ice, and ether.
Huh? Is something the matter?
Trying to remember what was recommended as team. Well. Yeah, but I don't think I've
It's
even...
our turn, bro.
I'm at your disposal.
Don't look at me.
Let's take a break. Is it work time?
It needs some.
Let's fire it up!
Don't want Bernice in this one.
Officer 148, Juyuan, ready.
Want
Nothing?
I have 2 guns, so double the accuracy.
Probably
Huh?
should just go
Is
with
something the matter?
That needs some time to make some money.
Billy and Nicole, I guess. I don't know if this doesn't work out. I guess we can use Jane Doe, I guess.
The way is blocked. Let's keep going up the stairs.
You rang?
Billy, go grease your
Understood.
It's my turn!
Amateurs.
Nice one, Billy.
Apologies.
I'm here.
In position. Take this. With this power.
Watch your back!
Time to hunt. advantage. I'll fight your throat out.
Billy time!
Amateurs. Take this.
Lilac still isn't here?
I set the meeting time
Nice.
a little early, just in case. There are still some ethereals ahead. We best get rid of this filth first.
That's why you got here early? To deal with the ethereals?
Indeed. As an attendant, the safety of my client is paramount. With this power...
Billy, go grease your gears.
Saving advantage.
Okay.
In position. Time to hunt.
You rang? My bullets never lose sight of their target.
It's no good surrendering.
Emmett, will you... I'll eliminate any obstacles. Clear out. Apologies. Amateurs.
Billy time!
I'm here.
Billy time!
This won't hurt.
A deep clean. Take this.
Fine.
Time to hunt. Saving advantage. With this power...
Leave it to Billy!
Apologies. Clear out.
I want a bonus.
Say no more.
I'm here.
Billy time!
Just leave it to me.
This.
Nice one, Billy.
I'll fight your throat out. Lilac is over there. Let's go talk to her.
So you actually came. Miss Lilac, are you sure you want to meet with those people? Of course, I've never been so sure about anything in my life. I've been really looking forward to this day. You have no idea what Mockingbird's approval means to me. I've never been so needed by anyone before. With all due respect, may I ask you something? Do you approve of yourself before you seek the approval of others? What does that matter? It's almost time. I have to get going. Oh my god.
Fine. Move it.
You rang.
Say no more.
For you, I'll eliminate any obstacles.
Is Lilac really okay?
She may just need some time. But I believe she'll wake up. People need to go through some ups and downs in life to realize what they truly desire. Seizing advantage.
Billy time.
I'm here.
Clear out.
What are you waiting for? To catch a bullet?
Neat and tidy.
Amateurs.
Oh!
Apologies. Take this.
Leave it to Billy.
Behave.
Don't look straight at the moon.
Fine.
Understood. With this power... Up!
My bullets never lose sight of their target.
It's no good surrendering.
Time to hunt.
Billy time.
Be gone.
Okay.
Oh,
Say no more. Take this. I'll bite your throat out.
Fine. Coming. Okay.
In position. Clear out.
You rang.
the Chosen One reporting for duty. Wait, those are those fucking, yeah, those are those thug dudes. She wants to join them? Bro. Hahaha, you're very punctual indeed. Welcome, my fellow companion of justice. I've had that painting appraised. It's the real deal. You're certainly capable, worthy of being the Chosen One. Great. Can I be one of you now? Hahaha, of course. We need talent like you. Just kidding. I didn't expect you to fall for this. But then, what would you expect from a young lady who's been waited on hand and foot? Huh? You don't seriously believe you're the Chosen One, do you? You don't, right? But you said you needed my power. We're actually interested in your parents. You think we'd have gone to all this trouble if they weren't rich? Isn't Mockingbird all about helping the poor and needy by robbing the rich? That's exactly what we're doing. You are rich, aren't you? Liars, all of you. We did lie to you, but don't you think it's kinda your own fault? What are you guys planning? I'm warning you, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. Who doesn't? Mine is right here. It's showtime, my attendant buddy.
Lycaon! No way! You...
Lycaon, we had a deal!
Deal? Oh, I made a deal. But not with you.
Damn. It's like Lilac got bamboozled, but then the whole Mockingbird just got bamboozled right back. A few days ago.
Master Proxy, I need your help. To investigate this so-called Mockingbird, I attempted to get into contact with them to express my desire to join their organization. Through my own methods, I found out they had already looked into my background and knew that, although I am currently working for Lilac's family, I am actually loyal to an unknown master. Could I trouble you with putting on an act with me? I would like you to meet with them, posing as this unknown master.
Oh, so that was what that whole meeting with that weird dude was about. I was like confused that whole frickin' time.
Leave it to me. I'm a great master.
Fantastic. I expect no less from New Eridu's greatest proxy. In order to help our disguise, I have crafted a new identity for you. You needn't worry. Simply speak as you typically would.
You and Lycaon pick up the call from Mockingbird.
Oh ho! So you are the one who wishes to join Mockingbird. You may call me Codename K. What do you think? It's a great name, ain't it? Doesn't it sound awe-inspiring?
K? That's a weird name.
It's Codename K! Don't just get rid of words in other people's names! Without the codename part, it won't show any of the awesome epicness of me being a final villainous boss!
Oh, so you are also into the trending subcultures among young people?
Oh my
What
god.
trending subcultures? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, you must be the rumored attendant Lycaon and the Gemini gods. Wait a minute. What the heck is Gemini gods? That's clearly not a real name.
My master has many enemies. Please understand that they cannot reveal their true name.
Enemies? Very well then. Since we're all in the same line of business, I'll be straight with you. Lilac is our golden ticket, and we put in a lot of effort to get her to bite. We gotta squeeze every last drop we can get. We plan to take care of her for a bit after she mistakenly stumbles into the Hollow, and then contact her parents for some of that dough. You have a similar plan, right? How about we work together? We can split it 70-30. 70 for us, 30 for you.
Isn't that just kidnapping?
Kidnapping? How very ignorant of you. We're just taking a little fee for looking after a poor kid in the Hollow. So what do you say?
Lycaon, what's your recommendation?
Master, I believe this is an acceptable transaction. It's a deal.
So it's settled. Quick and forthright as expected of a fellow business person. I'll send you the time and location later.
We shall eagerly await your message.
Codename K hangs up.
That should do it. Once we are there, we can pretend to work with them, photograph all the evidence of their wrongdoings, and then send the evidence to public security. Thank you for your cooperation. You are quite adept at acting.
Just what kind of identity did you give me?
Simply put, you are an influential and all-powerful head honcho of a crime syndicate that delights in doing evil. You have a network of elite agents at your beck and call, and I am one of your humble enforcers. Ah, right. There is something else I would like to discuss with you. Please do not inform Miss Lilac of any of this just yet. Speaking from personal experience, an encounter such as this cannot be resolved purely through reliance on others. We can help Miss Lilac deal with this threat, but we cannot protect her forever. She must see through this conspiracy herself. Perhaps this may be somewhat cruel, but in the long term, it will help her.
Yeah, you're right. Let's do it then.
Thank you. I believe in Miss Lilac and her ability to overcome this.
Back to the present.
Mr. Lycaon! You didn't betray me?
Miss Lilac, until our contract ends, I am your humble attendant. An attendant will never betray their master.
Damn you! You dare toy with me? Do you know who I am? I'm the great leader of Mockingbird!
I'm terribly sorry, but our Bangbu has recorded the truth of your criminal acts. If you surrender and admit your guilt now, I trust that public security will not administer too harsh of a punishment.
No, I won't go to jail. Never. I have no other choice. It's time you have a taste of Mockingbird's claws!
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten mad after you guys helped me.
It's okay. Let's leave these ethereals to Lycaon first.
As you command.
Oh, chosen one, please deliver your final judgment. Wait a minute. What did Lycaon just say?
You never fail to impress me, Esquire Lycaon. Esquire Lycaon, it's time to showcase your real power.
He's getting even more edgy.
Fine.
Amateurs. Stand still.
Move over! Time for the real show!
For you, I'll eliminate any obstacles.
My bullets never lose sight of their target!
Okay. Time to reload.
Apologies. Time to heal.
What are you waiting for? To catch a bullet? Don't move!
Fine.
My bullets never lose sight of their target!
Okay. Fine.
I'll fight your throat out.
What are you waiting for? To catch a bullet? Stand still!
I'm here.
In position.
It's my turn!
Right back at ya.
Satisfactory.
My bullets never lose sight of their target!
Meet and clean.
Advantage. With this power... Up!
What are you waiting for? Catch a bullet? Billy time!
Behave.
A deep clean.
Billy, go green.
Apologies.
Leave it to Billy!
Understood. I'll bite your throat out.
This will be the end right here. Ugh.
Take them down!
As you wish, my liege. On the day of revelation, during the embers of the waning moon, that is when your karmic retribution shall strike.
Bro. Damn.
You're gonna get it, Mockingbird.
Allow me to give you a warning. Never say that name again, or else no one will be able to save you. It is done. They should no longer be able to pose a threat.
Bro, Lycaon is pretty fucking scary, dude.
I didn't know you were capable of a speech like that, Lycaon. It's all because of Lilac, right?
Yes. After we parted ways before, I took some time learning this trendy subculture. Miss Lilac, what did you think of my performance? Was it acceptable? I am so terribly sorry. It appears my imitation of popular subculture was so poor. I have angered you to tears.
Lilac isn't crying because she's angry at you.
That's right. I just got ether in my eye. That's all. I'm sorry. I was the one who dragged you into all of this. You know, when Mockingbird first reached out to me, I did notice they were really focused on me. They were super sus. But then they said I was one of the chosen. They said they needed my power. And no one has ever said anything like that to me before. And then it was like I just stopped thinking. I'm so sorry.
So long as you learn from this experience and be more vigilant in the future.
Miss Lilac, I don't think you need to be so harsh on yourself. Each and every person will have experiences like this, of some sort. I once walked the wrong path as well, but it's all right. If one can turn back in time, they will manage to find their true path in life.
Thank you. Now that I think about it, that was so embarrassing. I can't believe I was going around proudly calling myself the companion of justice. In reality, I just got tricked by a bunch of bad guys.
Well, I think what we're doing now is in the name of justice, don't you? It is only thanks to you that we were able to gain video evidence of their crimes and take them down.
Mr. Lycaon.
I'm really sorry to ruin the mood here, but how are we going to move the people we knocked out of the hollow? Should I call PubSec?
That is indeed an issue. If needed, I can...
Hey, what are you doing here? Were you the ones who called?
Public security? Why are they here?
Oh, I almost forgot. Before I entered the Hollow, I set an automatic SOS. If I were gone too long, my phone would automatically call PubSec.
Huh. I didn't expect Lilac to be so prepared.
What's up with these tied-up people?
They're the legendary Phantom Thieves. Mockingbird.
Lycaon explains what happened to the elites of public security, carefully omitting the part about role-playing as master and servant.
I believe that sums it up. We took video evidence of the criminal activities that were being committed. We will submit it all to public security shortly.
I see. Well then, I'll take these suspects back with me.
Excuse me? I'm really sorry for causing all this trouble. It's because of me that all this happened in the first place.
Why are you apologizing? We should be thanking you. You helped public security take down an entire criminal syndicate. Good job, young lady.
Huh?
That's right, Miss Lilac. I think you do deserve the title Companion of Justice.
Thank you all so much!
All right. Why, so much has happened today. I always knew Lycaon had a secret. Actually, that's what I was thinking too, and I've got a vague feeling about what it is. Me too. Then we're probably guessing the same thing. But let's not think about things too much now. It's time to take a rest.
I brought some desserts. Please, have some. I hope you like them. My friend recommended this flavor to me, and I bought Mom and Dad some too. It should taste real good.
You enjoy the desserts with Lilac.
Well, actually, after what happened, word had been going around that one of the students helped PubSec take down a huge crime syndicate. Everyone's real curious who it is, and saying how amazing that student is. I know it's only thanks to you. Okay, so recently, I had an idea. And the true heroes are always behind the scenes. I've decided to draw my own comic series based on the topic. The protag, intent on becoming a hero, and after experiencing all kinds of encounters, eventually realizes that true justice exists in everything he's done. A story like that, yeah.
Wow, that's an epic story. And you know how to draw too? Impressive.
I've read a lot of comics. And though I might not be all that great at drawing now, I want to try.
I think that's a marvelous idea.
I think so too. Thank you so much. This all really means a lot to me. Mr. Lycaon, Mom and Dad said that your contract with our family ended. They said you didn't renew it because your schedule is already so stacked. Though it's sad to see you go. I guess it can't be helped. But there's something I want to say to you. You're the best attendant I've ever had.
I am honored to receive such praise from you.
Guess I'll be off then. Let's have dessert together again, when we get the chance.
Lilac bows to you and leaves.
You seem surprised.
Lilac seems to be doing well. I didn't think she would recover so quickly.
I believe the reason Miss Lilac was susceptible to manipulation was because no one had ever expressed belief in her in such a way before. Her parents didn't spend much time with her due to work, and others her age didn't understand her hobbies. Thankfully, she has now found a passion to pursue, become closer with her parents, and made new friends. I am truly happy for her. By the way, here is your compensation. It is, as we agreed, double your usual fee. I am, as ever, grateful for your help. Without you, this wouldn't have gone as smoothly as it did.
Don't mention it. Come find us if you need anything like this again.
Of course. You are the best proxy I know. Truly. By the way, public security has confirmed that the people we took care of were merely copycats of Mockingbird. They used the name Mockingbird for their scams and deception.
You've known they were fakes for a while, haven't you?
I see nothing gets past you. You could say that I am quite familiar with the real Mockingbird. Thus why, when I heard the name, I already knew something was amiss.
How do you know Mockingbird? And just how familiar are you with them? I bet that's a story.
I was once deeply involved.
Wait, so you mean to say?
Yes, it is exactly what you think. Now you know me in my entirety. I sincerely hope that this doesn't frighten you. If I may, allow me to share another secret. In reality, I have had contact with this edgy concept before. Or this popular subculture, I suppose. I have even memorized and recited such sentences. Of course, under the influence of a certain old acquaintance.
Really? Care to perform one or two?
Well, if that is your wish. Allow me to say now that if you wish to laugh, please do. There's no need to hold it back on my account. It would not be good for your health. Well then, let me begin. I offer this supreme honor to you. In this land of sin and virtue, solemnly do I swear. Humility, courage, integrity, compassion, fairness, self-sacrifice, devotion, honor. I shall never compromise in my fight against evil. I shall never back down in my goal to uplift the downtrodden. I shall never betray my loyalty to my companions.
It's loyalty to justice. Oh, Lycaon, I can't believe you're having trouble memorizing such simple lines. Could it be that there's something wrong with you here?
Shut it! Speaking of, why am I the only one who has to recite these cheesy as all hell lines?
Because my performance is impeccable and so I need no extra training. You, on the other hand, have slipped up thrice already.
So what? We still got the job done.
Using violence every time is so very boring. In any case, I want far more than just this. Imagine it, Lycaon. One day, we will be like those who stand at the top, under the spotlight of praise and defamation, admiration and loathing, faith or betrayal. So, doesn't that sound super entertaining?
Save your daydreams for after we get this job done.
It looks like I'm a step too late. It matters not. It's about time for a reunion, dear traitor.
Whoa, is that like foreshadowing? Wise, I think I've taken in too much information today. Lycaon feels even more mysterious to me now. Yeah, I think so too. But since he was willing to share all of this with us, it proves Lycaon trusts us. Everything that happened must have been very draining, right? You should get some rest. Alright. Complete the Lycaon agent story. Alright, okay. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and switch over to Chaos Child. What the hell? I will be back in a few minutes, and we will, we'll switch to Chaos Child then. Okay, I am back. Yeah, so we're, let's see, switching to Chaos Child. Probably not going to be on this for real long, but we'll go ahead and do a little bit at least. So yeah, I didn't actually do any Chaos Child last night. But let's see, what happened last time? So Takaru received a love letter from a girl he has not even met, but apparently the like Ito and Arimura and all of them were telling Takaru that this girl is like the prettiest girl to go to the school in the last like decade or something. So Takaru's streak of just too good to be true shit is just continuing on. Well, so the girl left her phone number in the love letter, and he called the number. I actually did a positive delusion, and the positive delusion was kind of weird because it wasn't really that positive. It was like Sarika and Kursu were on the other line, and they were like trying to tell him a bunch of stuff, but it was like all garbled, and so he was like having trouble making out what they were saying, and so he was like thinking something weird was going on. But then of course it was just a delusion, and in reality it really was the girl. And she asked if they could go on a date together, and so I guess they have planned a date. Remember, Takaru has never met this girl, so I don't know. I guess it's a little iffy, I suppose, considering he doesn't even know her. But anyway, I think we left off right after that, I think. So I was so sleepy. Last night I'd been too excited to sleep properly. I'd gone through all the back issues of Cool Cat Press I could find, trying to learn all their best dating tips. And the next thing I knew, it was light outside. As a result, my mind had been dulled from exhaustion all morning, and my usual stylish and cool mannerisms were missing a little of their sharpness.
お、いたいた。おはよう、タク。おはよう。ずいぶんと眠そうね。さてはまた夜更かししたんでしょ。
いいよな。そりゃあんなことがありゃ眠れないよな。
The usual from Kazuki. As I sat down at my seat, I was surrounded by familiar faces. I took out the contents of my bag and put them in my desk, trying as hard as I could to act natural.
なんだなんだ、そのすかした態度は。
そうだよ。せっかくこうして教室まで挨拶しに来てあげたのにさ。
そもそもなんでわざわざ教室まで来るんだよ。
そんなの決まってるじゃないすか。気になるからですよ。
She was definitely talking about what happened with Yume Aozaki's letter. I couldn't stop thinking about her myself. Oh my god. Shiori is doing a sponsored stream for Asus. Okay. A date. A date after school. A date with the most beautiful girl in school. There was no way I'd be able to think about anything else. My mind was already spinning like a merry-go-round with happy fantasies. No. If I started getting excited and freaking out over a single date, I'd be no different than those wannabe normal wrong-siders. But...
ねえ、タク、教えてよ。
Sarika smacked her hand down on my desk and leaned forward.
何の話だよ。
だから昨日の手紙のことだってば。
別に尾上には関係ないだろ。
Damn.
はあ、なるほどなるほど。
なんだよ。
さては大方の予想通り単なるいたずらだったってオチですね。
Dude, I mean, Arimura would be cool if she wasn't so, like, presumptive. If she didn't just constantly jump to conclusions about everything. I don't know, that part of her is, like, really annoying.
やっぱりな。俺もそうだと思ってたんだよな。つか、そうに決まってる。だって宮代がだぞ。まさかあの宮代がリア充にクラスチェンジするだなんてありえんもんな。
Bite me, Ito. Well, if that's what he wanted to think, then fine. The reality was the exact opposite.
ほらほら、みんなそんな風にしつこく聞くものじゃないわ。あくまでもタクルのプライベートな話なんだから。
のんちゃんは気にならないの？
私は別に。
その割にはさっきからずっとここにいますよね。
Kurusu is a liar.
それはそう、ほら、ちゃんともらった手紙には誠意を持ってお返事しなきゃダメよって言おうかなって。
ほう。
だからまあタクルが教えてくれるっていうなら、そのねえ。
I know what? You want to find out as badly as everybody else, don't you?
それで？
だから何がそれでなんだよ。
いいじゃん。いい加減もったいつけずに教えろって。手紙だよ、手紙。ズバリどうだったんだよ。
本物だったの？それともいたずらだったの？
それはとにかくその話は終わりだ。そんなことより僕たちが今話すべきは昨日できなかった企画の話だ。
Everyone sounded upset. Even Kurusu joined in.
ケチ。
いいじゃねえか。減るもんでもなし。
そうだそうだ。
なんと言おうとダメだ。というわけで昼休みに企画会議の続きをするぞ。いいな。
It was clear that nothing good would come from talking to them about it. I tried to force the conversation to change direction, but...
なんで昼休み？部活は放課後だよね。あ、今明らかにギクってしましたね。
つうことは
放課後に何かあるってことですな。
いや、それは
あるのね。
あるな。
あるね。
Dude, God. Everyone found out immediately. Would I be able to complete my mission after school? No, I had to. For the sake of my bright, shining future.
それじゃあまた放課後に来るね。伊藤先輩、ちゃんと見張っててくださいね。
おう、任せとけ。
楽しみだね。放課後。
Wait, what?
つまり、ここまでをまとめるとだね。
I kept thinking about what would happen after school, even during Wakui's lecture. Yume Aozaki, a girl whom everyone claimed was not only the prettiest girl in her grade, but the most beautiful in this school. I thought about going to see what she was like this morning, but eventually decided not to. If she saw me, she'd think I'd come to check her out.
宮代先輩って人を外見で判断するんですね。幻滅です。
If that happened, everything would be ruined. I wonder what she's like. Her voice was cute. I knew that for a fact. If you could tell whether someone was pretty from their voice, I could say without a doubt that she must be gorgeous. The question was what she was like on the inside. Even if she was cute, I didn't want to date a girl who was a shallow slut. The whole only if they're hot thing was for shallow people with shallow minds. Okay. A true right-sider like me wouldn't be deceived by appearances. But they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but it's also true that what's on the outside of a person reflects on who they are inside. Which meant that on the inside she had to be...
それじゃあこの先を宮代くんに読んでもらおうかな。宮代くん。
おい、宮代、当てられてるぞ、宮代。
え？
I suddenly realized the whole class was looking at me.
宮代くん、もしかして聞いてなかった？
いえ。
I stood up and then froze. Where was I supposed to be reading from exactly?
122ページ4行目だ、宮代。
Ito, I owe you one.
こんな夢を見た。
Bro, I don't... Dude, when I was in school, they never like called out students to read from a book to the class. Like that wasn't a thing. I don't know why they do it so much in these.
腕組みをして枕元に座っていると、仰向けに寝た女が静かな声でもう死にますという。
I don't know, maybe that's a thing in Japan.
女は長い髪を枕に敷いて、輪郭の柔らかなウリザネ顔をその中に横たえている。真っ白な頬の底に暖かい血の色が程よく差して、唇の色は無論赤い。しかし女は静かな声で、宗主夢に胡蝶となるとはっきり言った。久然として胡蝶なり。
As I read the passage, I started to get confused. I had to read Soseki's 10 Nights of Dreams in class before, and I didn't remember this part.
自分も確かにこれは死ぬなと思った。そこで知らず衆の夢に胡蝶となれるか、胡蝶の夢に衆となれるか、と上から覗き込むようにして聞いてみた。
Oh boy, here we go. This is exactly what I was theorizing about what's going on with Takaru right now.
衆と胡蝶とは、すなわち必ず死にますとも、と言いながら、女はパッチリと目を開け、あなたも夢の中にいるの。早く脱出しないと戻れなくなってしまうわよ、タクト。
What?
おいおい、宮代くん、一体どこを読んでいるんだい？
え？あ、いや。
My classmates must have found my reaction funny because they all started to laugh.
おいおい、いくらいいこと続きだからってしっかりしろって。
I just stood there in shock as the rest of the class laughed at me. I looked back at the textbook, and there was nothing like that written there. Of course, the text certainly didn't have my name in it. What the hell was that? Was that just a delusion? Come to think of it, something weird had happened last night, too. Was Ito right? Was I just feeling overwhelmed because I'd been chosen as a news commentator and received a love letter? Or was I still tired after all the stuff that happened with the case? The harder I tried to think about it, the harder it got to think at all.
やれやれ。どうやら寝ぼけてるようだし、顔を洗ってきた方がいいんじゃないか？
すいません。
I could feel the rest of the class staring at me as I weaved my way through the desks and out to the hallway. I should probably just do what he suggested and go wash my face. Maybe that would make my head feel clearer. My footsteps echoed down the empty hallway as I headed for the washroom. I saw it again. There was no way I could mistake it for anything else. It was a D-sword, and the person holding it was...
Uki.
But why? Before I could say anything, she turned around and ran away on tiny feet. I ran after her. I was sure she went this way. I found Uki and quickly ran over to her.
Uki!
Takura-san!
Uki looked up at me, confused. Her bangs were a little wet and she'd been wiping them with a handkerchief. She wasn't holding a D-sword. She was just holding a girly handkerchief.
何をしてるんだ？
実は授業中にうっかり居眠りをしてしまって、それで先生に顔を洗ってくるようにって。
Bro.
居眠り？
はい。最近朝早くから夜遅くまで施設のお手伝いをしているので、疲れてしまったみたいで。
Her little body seemed to get even smaller as she apologized. Looking at her, it was impossible to believe she was planning to do something evil with a D-sword.
そうか。
恥ずかしい話ですが。
Her cheeks went red with shame and she turned her head downwards.
それじゃあ私は授業に。
ああ。
Uki bowed her head and then disappeared down the hall. There it was again. I was seeing things again. What was happening to me? Lunchtime came and I went to the club room like I'd originally planned. I was still thinking about the creepy thing I'd seen.
皆さんこんにちは。お待ちかね壁表ランチボックスの時間です。今日も皆さんのお昼ご飯を彩っちゃいますよ。というわけでしばらくの間お付き合いくださいね。
The broadcasting club were playing their daily lunch broadcast. How many people actually looked forward to this?
さてさて、今日は11月5日。この日はなんとあのツタンカーメンの王母が発見された日だそうです。そしてもう一つ、いいリンゴの日でもあるそうですよ。1105でいいリンゴ。わかりやすい語呂合わせですね。
It's also Guy Fawkes Day.
でも最近はすっかり肌寒さが増してきて、リンゴっていうよりはこたつでみかんって感じかな。
It's also the day that happens to be 3 days from today. In real life.
こたつの魔力ってすごいですよね。どんな怖い人でもこたつに入ると眠っちゃうんじゃないでしょうか。こたつで寝るのってすっごく幸せですよね。私も一度寝ちゃうとなかなか起きられなくて、早く目を覚まさなきゃ覚まさなきゃって。早く目を覚まさなきゃ、早く目を覚ませ、早く目を覚まして。
Bro, what in the hell is this?
早く目を覚まして、タク。
What was that? Was someone calling my name?
そこにいちゃダメ。早く目を覚まさないと戻れなくなっちゃうよ。
I won't be able to come back. What does that mean?
おい、それって一体。
さあ、それでは今日のリクエスト曲いってみましょう。最初の曲はファンタズムで。
Phantasm? Ooh, another hearkening back to Chaos Head. The lunchtime broadcast was back to normal. All the other students were acting like nothing was out of the ordinary. They were discussing what anime was good this season, or where they were going after school. It was like that broadcast had never happened.
やっぱりおかしいよな。
At this point, even I had to admit that something wasn't right. Was I going crazy?
タクルさん、どうしたんですか？
I heard a voice and turned around. And I gasped again. Uki was standing there holding a shining blade.
どうしたんですか？
Huh? I adjusted my glasses and took another look. Uki was in front of me, but she wasn't holding a D-sword. Her oval eyes went wide with surprise.
私がどうかしましたか？
いや、なんでもないんだ。
そうですか。
I tried to act calm, but Uki didn't seem satisfied.
その、ウキも物質だよな。
はい。
一緒に行こうか。
はい。
I walked ahead so that she couldn't tell how worried I was getting on the inside. I could feel her following me from behind.
あ、来た来た。チャオス。
Everyone was already in the room.
私お茶入れますね。
I watched Uki start to make the tea like always and sat down in my chair.
なんだなんだ、でっかいため息なんかついて、まさか昨日の今日でいきなり彼女に振られでもしたか？
違う、そんなんじゃない。
I let my head droop down as I tried to think. What was happening to me didn't seem to make sense. Was it only happening to me? Either way, I didn't think I'd be able to solve this problem on my own. Which meant...
あのさ、ちょっと聞いてほしいんだけど。
ん？どうしたの？改まって。
あのさ、実は。
And then I told them all about everything that had happened since last night. I didn't mention Uki's name since she was right there.
それって大丈夫なのかな？専門のお医者様に診てもらった方がいいかもしれないわね。うん。
Everyone started to give their own opinions.
私はあんまり考えすぎない方がいいと思いますけどね。ほら、気の持ちようってのもありますし。
そうそう、女の子から手紙もらって舞い上がってるだけだろ。
そうかな。
Maybe I was overthinking things. To be honest, I didn't want to think too hard about it. Maybe I just wanted to hear that everything was okay. I did feel a little better getting it off my chest.
タコ？
あ、いや、参考になった。礼を言うよ。
もういいの？
なあ、それに企画の話もしなくちゃならないし、いつまでも僕の問題にかまけている時間もないだろう。
それはそうだけど。
それじゃあ改めて今後の活動についてだけど。
それじゃあ当面の活動目標は渋谷復興祭のレポートっていうことでいいわね。
We ended up picking the obvious answer for our project. I'd been opposed to it until now, but after what was happening to me, I honestly didn't care anymore. I'd have been just as happy to do a cooking video. Even the excitement I'd been feeling for my after-school date was beginning to fade. As the school day drew to a close, I kept turning my phone on and then turning it off again. Of course, I was thinking of calling Alzaki. My mood kept getting darker and darker as afternoon classes proceeded, and I didn't feel like I was up for a date anymore. It wouldn't be right to spend a date feeling like this, and more than anything, it would be rude to her. Part of me wanted to do it another day, and part of me didn't want to waste this chance. I thought and thought, and...
やっぱり今日は体調が悪いってことにして別の日に伸ばしてもらおう。
May as well get it over with then. I turned my phone on again before I could change my mind, and then tapped in her number. She didn't answer.
もう一回。
She still didn't answer. I kept trying, but she never picked up. Come to think of it, she would have seen that I called last night, but she hadn't called me back. If you got a call from your boyfriend, wouldn't you normally either pick up right away or call back?
仕方ない。
It might not be ideal, but it would be better than blowing her off. I decided to visit the second-year classrooms, but I didn't know what Alzaki looked like. I only knew her name and phone number. I should have asked Ito first, maybe, but there was no helping that now.
せめて有村がいれば。
She'd be able to tell me what class Alzaki was in at least. I went to Arimura's classroom, but I couldn't find her. She may have gone home already. I guess I'd just have to...
はい。
I worked up what little courage I had and asked one of the girls walking by.
ちょっといいですか？
何ですか？
その青崎ゆめさんのクラスってどこですか？
は？
だから青崎ゆめさん。
青崎？
That was strange. If she was the prettiest girl in school, she should have at least heard of her. I asked someone else, but...
青崎さん、知ってる？知らない。てか、そんな人2年にはいなくない？
ん？
There wasn't? Arimura had said that she was the prettiest girl in the school, not just the second-year class. Ito knew about her too, and he'd even been jealous of me. I'd talked to her last night on the phone. I decided to visit the first year class just to be sure. Maybe I'd heard wrong and Aozaki was a first year student, not a second year student. But...
いませんよ、そんな子。
What the hell was going on? How could there be nobody named Yume Aozaki in either grade?
そうだ。
I decided to call Arimura.
くそ。
This was the first time I could remember where she hadn't picked up the phone. Fine, I'd send a text. I waited, but got no answer. What the hell? What was happening here? A black shadow started to press down on my heart. Did this have something to do with the other strange things that were happening around me? Or was my earlier guess right and Arimura and the others were trying to prank me? I wasn't going to get anywhere sitting around all day waiting for an answer. I ended up going to Cafe LAX where we were supposed to meet. If I went there, I should be able to find her. Even if it was a prank, my friends would all be there, eagerly awaiting my arrival. Either way, I'd learned something. I went into the cafe and looked around from a slightly concealed vantage point.
何をしておる？
あ、いや、ちょっと。
まあよい。さっきからずっと待っておるぞ。
あ、そう。
Huh? Wait a second.
今なんて？
待ち人じゃ。ほれ、そこに。あ。
I adjusted my glasses and took another look.
「よかった。来てくれたんですね。待ってたんですよ、宮代先輩。」
She was Yume Aozaki? All thought evaporated from my mind. The world quickly lost its color, and all the noise around me seemed to fade away. The only thing I could see was the girl in front of me. A shock like a gunshot went through my chest. Her silken hair, her long eyelashes, her oval eyes like stars, her perfect nose, her lips the color of pale cherry blossoms. Her chest was the perfect size, not too large and not too small, and her hips were curvy, but not too curvy. Her skin was smooth, and it glowed like there was a light shining from within her. And more than anything, her beautiful smile as she looked at me. Every part of her body seemed to have been blessed by the goddess of beauty herself. Bro, this is the most generic-looking anime girl I've ever seen. What are you talking about, bro? The fuck?
先輩？
Yes, she was an angel. She was a miracle come down from heaven. She was customized to be exactly what I wanted. That was no exaggeration. It was the only way I could think of it. I was looking at the very incarnation of everything I'd ever wanted in a girl. What could I call this except a miracle? All the doubts in the back of my mind crumbled away like sand blown by the wind. All the girls in the lower classes at Hekiho had told me they'd never heard of Yume Aozaki, but she was right here, right in front of me. What other fact could I possibly need?
どうしたんですか、先輩。
Damn. Got another delusion. Okay. Alright, I guess we'll overwrite this then. Alright, I'm gonna go positive again. No, I didn't need anything else. Everything was right in front of me. Believe and you shall be saved.
待った。
Just as I took a step towards her, I heard loud footsteps coming up the outside stairs. The footsteps stopped, and then I heard the door open. I turned and saw... Oh. Just got the all positive delusions achievement. So we have done every single positive delusion in this game. Or visual novel.
おのえ、お前なんでここに？もしかしてつけてきたのか？
つけてきたんじゃないもん。ついてきたんだもん。
どっちだって同じだろ。なんでそんなことするんだよ。
だって気になるんだもん。
は？聞こえないよ。はっきり言えって。
だから気になるんだもん。
Sarika stuck her lips out into a pout and sulked.
気になるってどうせ面白半分だろ。さすがにそういうのはどうかと。
違うもん。そうじゃないもん。
だったらどういうことだよ。
トクはさ。
Sarika never held back about saying what she was thinking, but now she looked really hesitant. It felt weird seeing her act this way.
トクはゆめちゃんになんて返事をするの？オッケーって言ってそのままラブラブになっちゃうの？
ラブラブって。
オッケーするんでしょ？しちゃうんだよね。
それは
やっぱりそうなんだ。オッケーしちゃうんだ。それで人前で堂々とイチャイチャしたり放課後の学校でチューしちゃったりするんだ。
お前何言ってんだ。
そりゃ相手は学園一の美少女だし断る理由なんてないよね。
あのな、別に僕がどう返事しようがお前には関係ないだろ。
It felt like she was throwing a tantrum and I reacted coldly. Normally she'd just complain more, but today something was different about Sarika.
大野へ？
関係なくないもん。
The lighting of the cafe reflected off of her wet eyes.
大野へ？
I had no idea. I had no idea that Sarika could look so sad.
関係なくなんかないもん。
おい。
私だって本当はずっとタクのこと見てたのに、タクの一番そばにいたのに、本当はずっとタクのこと一番好きだったのに。それなのにこんなのいきなり出てきた女の子に取られちゃうなんて、そんなのやだよ。
All I could do was stand there like an idiot as she sobbed. Sarika was in love with me? She always had been? No, but she'd never shown any signs of that. I had no idea what to do. At no time in my short life had I ever dealt with anything like this.
とにかくちょっと落ち着こう。
That was all I could say. I'd always thought of Sarika as a friend, as someone I could always count on regardless of her sex. I'd never really seen her as a girl. I'd thought that we could always be friends like that. But...
もういいよ、タクのバカ。
She turned away and ran down the stairs, the tears reflecting in the light as they streamed down her face.
待てって、ちゃんと話を。
I tried to follow after her when... What? Was that a delusion? Then where was Sarika?
すみません。
The footsteps coming up the stairs weren't Sarika. They belonged to a man I'd never seen before. Sarika? In love with me? What was I thinking? That was impossible. I suddenly gasped in surprise. Aozaki had been right there in that chair a moment ago, but now she'd vanished. I looked all around the room, but she was nowhere to be seen. Had she gotten annoyed watching me just stand there and gone home? No, that was impossible. There was only one entrance to the cafe. It was impossible for her to leave without me seeing it. I went to where she'd been sitting and took a closer look. But there was nothing on the table. There was no sign that anyone had even put a water glass on the table, and the chair was pushed in. There was nothing to hint that anybody had been sitting there at all.
なんだよこれ。一体どうなってるんだ。
I'd seen a girl sitting here. I'd heard her voice. Was that all a hallucination? Another product of my delusions? I suddenly felt someone looking at me. I looked around the cafe but didn't see anyone. I looked outside the window on the other side of the street where the sun was setting. I saw a tiny silhouette looking up at me.
Uki.
There was no doubt about it. And she looked at me with silent, calm eyes. And as she looked at me with silent, calm eyes, there was an elegant and razor-sharp blade in her hand. I ran out of the store. This time I was sure of it. Uki was watching me. What had Uki been doing there? If I could find out, I might be able to figure out what was going on. That certainly spurred me to action. I ran as fast as I could after her as she fled. She was just a little kid. At this distance, I'd be able to catch up to her. Or so I thought. But no matter how fast I ran, I didn't seem to get any closer. What was this weird sensation? It wasn't that my sense of distance was screwed up. It was like I was chasing something that wasn't there. I was moving my legs as fast as I could, but it was like in a nightmare where you're running from someone who's chasing you, and you don't seem to be moving at all. This time, my desperation pushed me beyond my limits. My lungs felt like they were on fire. My sides stung from lack of exercise. My legs were screaming that they were about to give up, but I forced myself to keep going. Uki turned around and saw me, and then slipped through the turnstile to escape. I followed her through. I'd been in such a hurry that I hadn't put my card up to the machine, but it had let me through anyway. It had done the same for Uki, too. She hadn't gotten out her card either. I ran up the stairs to the platforms, and I was just in time to see a train slide into the Harajuku platform and watch Uki get on.
Mate, Uki! Mate!
Huh?
It disappeared? Uki had just gotten on a green car from the Yamanote line, and it was gone. It hadn't left the station. I would at least be able to see it then. The whole platform was quiet, as if the train had never existed in the first place. No, not only that. The whole station was strangely dark. I couldn't see a single person. A cold chill ran up my back. What was going on? I looked around again and again, but the place was as quiet as the surface of the moon. Complete silence. Complete emptiness. There were no customers and no employees either. The information boards were all black and showed nothing at all.
Huh?
That was impossible. Shibuya was supposed to be the 5th busiest station in Japan.
そうだ。雨季は
I forced my tired legs to move and look around for Uki, but the only sound on the platform was my footsteps, and there was no sign of Uki or anyone else.
くそ、一体何なんだよ。何がどうなってんだよ。
It felt like someone had torn open my skull and started fiddling with my hippocampus. I went down the platform and through the turnstile, and everything was back to normal. What was going on? And then I heard the sound of the train coming in above me, as if it was mocking me. I ran back up the stairs, feeling the people around me staring at me in bewilderment. But when I got up there, the platform was as empty as before. I had no idea what was going on anymore. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. I staggered down the stairs, feeling defeated. Once I got back down, the world was normal again. I didn't feel surprised anymore. I just felt empty. I put my back to the wall and let myself slide to the ground. Maybe I had gone crazy. I looked up and saw a commercial for a music artist playing on the big TV above Scramble Crossing. It was playing a song by Phantasm that just got released a few days ago. Suddenly, there was static on the screen.
Huh?
That voice. Sarika? And Kurisu too? Why was I hearing their voice from the TV?
Mousou no Shibuya?
I heard a noise, and their voices vanished, only to be replaced by the Phantasm music video once more. Was that a hallucination? No. It was another message, like the ones I'd heard before.
Mousou no Shibuya.
The lights in the intersection changed and the people started to move. Beyond them, standing in a gap between the crowds, I saw a girl. It was Uki Yamazoe, holding her D-sword. Suddenly, It felt like a dam burst in my mind. Gigalomaniacs. Uki Yamazoe's power as a gigalomaniac.
他人の思考や願望をリアルブートする能力。
That's right. This whole thing started when I'd had that nightmare about being stabbed by Uki's D-sword. Then this must be... I started to move. The light was about to turn red, but I ran across the intersection anyway. I forced my way to the other side of the street as the car horns blared at me.
やっと捕まえた。
When I grabbed her by her tiny shoulders, Uki jerked and looked up at me in shock. The D-sword she'd been holding had vanished, but that didn't matter anymore.
悪いが、もうこれ以上はごまかされないぞ。いい加減本当のことを話してもらおうか。
Pretending to be scared wasn't going to work either.
ウキ、お前さっきディソードを持ってたよな。最近僕の周りで起こっているおかしな出来事。あれはお前のせいなのか？
Uki shook her head frantically to the left and right, as if she was trying to wriggle out of my grasp.
ダメだ。本当のことを話すまでは逃がさないからな。
She looked around for help. I realized that the people around me were staring at me suspiciously. Stares, stares, stares. They formed a circle, looking at me with cold, inconsiderate eyes.
おいそこ!
Two black shadows forced their way through the crowd.
あんただあんた。そこで何をしているんだ?
いや。
This was bad.
どうした？何かやましいことでもあるのか？
違います。彼女は知り合いで。
犯罪を犯す奴は大体そう言うんだ。
犯罪？違う、僕は。
話は署で聞かせてもらおう。さあ、こっちへ来なさい。
Strong arms grabbed me and held me tight. Uki slipped out of my grasp. She slid through the crowd and disappeared from my sight. If I got arrested here, not only would my life be over, I might lose a critical clue.
あんた、学生か?
これ、壁標の制服ですね。
ああ、なるほど。道理で。あ、おい!
I forced my way free and ran into the crowd.
待て!
Does anyone ever actually stop when they hear that? If I was going to stop, I wouldn't have run in the first place. I practically body slammed my way through the crowd, running as fast as I could while the people around cursed at me. How much time had I spent running today? It felt like I'd been chasing a phantom of Uki forever. At some point, my legs started to move on their own. I couldn't see the police anymore, but I was still terrified they might appear at any second. The only place I could go to was Alba Dorm.
Takuru?
Kurusu's eyes went wide as she saw me run in, out of breath. My lungs were begging me for oxygen. My heart was about to burn out, like an engine low on gas.
どうしたの？そんなに慌てて。何かあったの？
I thought I'd be able to speak, but my throat had dried up too much for me to get the words out.
とにかく水でも飲んで落ち着きなさい。
Usually I'd ask for a mountain view instead, but now wasn't the time. I took a gulp of water from the glass Kurusu brought me and finally calmed down.
それで何があったの？
あれは本当なのか？
落ち着いて話しなさい。それじゃあ一体何のことを言ってるのかわからないわ。
だから最近何度も僕にメッセージを送ってきてるだろ。あれは本当なのか？
メッセージ？
そうだよ。ここは渋谷じゃないって何度も。
I swallowed the rest of my sentence when I saw the look on her face. She was blinking at me in confusion, with her head tilted to one side. It was clear she had no idea what I was talking about.
タクル？
やっぱり。
Let's say, just hypothetically, that this wasn't the real Shibuya. If that was the case, that meant the girl in front of me wasn't the real Kurusu. This meant I was probably wasting my time asking her anything. There was no point.
ウキは
I decided to do something else.
ウキちゃんがどうかしたの？
ウキは部屋にいるのか？
いえ、まだ帰ってないけど。でもそうね。もう少ししたら戻るんじゃないかしら。
Uki wouldn't know that I was here. There was no other place for her to go as far as I knew. So all I had to do was wait.
ねえ、どうしたのタクル？何があったの？
いや、別に。
別にって、とてもそんな風には思えないわ。ウキちゃんと何かあったの？
Kurusu was acting like she was really worried.
大丈夫だって。クルスが心配するようなことは何もない。ただ、ちょっと聞きたいことがあっただけだよ。
Oh, hey, Divine. This is Chaos Child. It's a visual novel. You know, it's funny because I was... This whole character route, like, I was just thinking about, like, this dream I had, I don't know, some time ago, that is kind of similar to this one, to this story. And yeah, it's kind of freaky actually.
本当にそれだけ？
本当だって。だからここで待たせてもらっていいか。
変なことじゃないわよね。ウキちゃんに聞きたいことって、あの子もいろいろ苦労してるんだから優しくしてあげなきゃダメよ。
分かってるって。
だったらいいけど。
Okay, well, I guess you haven't been following this this story that I've been that I've been reading through with this visual novel, but basically he's going through this thing where he thinks this world that he's in right now is actually just a dream, and he's like trying to talk to the people in the dream as if they're like aware of what's going on, like as if they're aware that they're in a dream world or whatever, but they're not. They're just like characters in the dream, so they don't actually know anything about what's going on. So it reminded me of this dream I had where it's gotta be like one of the fucking weirdest dreams I've ever had. It was like I don't know, I was just in this house. I guess it was like I was in a house with, it was just me and my spouse. Not real spouse, just, you know, I guess, well, I don't know if she was my spouse, but she was like my significant other, I guess, in the dream. And the weird thing was, I knew I was in a dream while I was dreaming, right? And then I started thinking, because anytime you're like fully aware you're in a dream, well, I don't know if it's like every time, but a lot of times when I've had that happen, I start thinking about when I'm gonna wake up, right? So you start thinking about how long is this gonna last before I wake up? And so then I start thinking, like, when I wake up, this whole thing I've got going on with my significant other in the dream is going to end, and I'm never going to see her again, and she's never going to see me again. So then in the dream, I start freaking out, and I'm trying to tell my significant other in the dream, like, dude, I'm gonna, like, I don't have much longer before I'm gonna wake up, and we're not gonna be able to see each other again and shit. And I was getting really sad, like, for her, because, like, you know, it was weird, man. I have never had a dream before or since like that. Like, I've had other dreams where I was aware I was in a dream, but I've never had a dream where I was, like, trying to explain to another person in the dream that I was dreaming. Yeah, it was just pretty freaky. So yeah, that's why this story here kind of reminded me of that. She was probably getting ready for dinner. For my part, I decided to just sit there and wait like I said I would. come to think of it, Yume Aozaki, what had happened to her? I thought I saw her at Cafe LAX, but then she quickly disappeared. Or maybe she'd just been another hallucination. Yeah. Yeah, it is weird because it's like... I don't know. It was kind of neat in a way, just the way that, like, I was able to, like, I guess, kind of empathize with her as if, like, I was actually in love with her. But then at the same time, yeah, it actually is really fucking scary when you think about it. Like, yeah, it's just that was just a weird dream. I tapped the screen to call her number. If she answered, there was a lot I wanted to ask her. If she didn't... As I listened to the phone ring, a strange sort of urgency started to well up within me. There was no sign of her picking up. It's kind of weird to know that you're actually in a dream. Have you ever had a dream like that? Because I hear there's actually a lot of people who never even have dreams like that. And I've had tons of them. Like, I lost count a long time ago of how many dreams I've had like that. They don't, like, nowadays they don't happen very often. Like, I could go, like, several months without having a dream like that now, but there was one time in my life where I was just having them all the time. It was weird. There was no sign of her picking up. It rang 20 or 30 times without even going to an answering machine. I don't remember most of my dreams. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty common. Most people don't remember the dreams that they have. Yeah, I mean, I could, like I said, well, I guess I should say, but yeah, I can go like a long time without even remembering a dream I've had too, so yeah. I can tell you what though, the dreams I have now are almost always like 20, something like 20 years in the past, like back when I was in high school. I never have dreams about present time. It's always, you know, back when I was a kid or something, or in high school. I didn't know what her plan was, but I would make this a battle of wills. I'd keep calling again and again until she picked up. I'd call again and again and again. How many times had I called her? It was more times than I could count on both hands. I knew that much, but not once had she answered the phone. Maybe the monotonous sound of the ringing was getting to me because I was starting to get sleepy. It had been a stressful day, both physically and mentally. My mind, body, and spirit were all worn out, and the exhaustion was building up. My eyelids started to feel heavy. It became harder and harder to stay awake. No, don't fall asleep.
Takuru?
Kursu had come back from the kitchen at some point and was standing next to me.
クルス。
もうダメよ。そんなところで寝ちゃ。風邪ひいちゃうじゃない。
違う。僕は。
はいはい。わかったから、こっちにいらっしゃい。お布団敷いてあげるから。
No.
ここで寝ちゃうより、少しの時間でもちゃんと布団で寝た方が疲れも取れるから。ね。
Kursu grabbed me by the hand and stood me up.
もう、しょうがないんだから。
I didn't get the sense from Kurisu's voice that she was giving me an order. Her voice was filled with kindness and compassion. I was too tired, and her voice was too soft for me to resist. I let her take me where she wanted me to go. I was so sleepy, I wasn't even sure what I was feeling.
はい。こっちよ。
ああ。
Kursu brought me into what looked like a girl's room. Everything was colored pink and made for the tastes of a little girl. This was... Oh, that's right. This was Uki's room. The Schefflera was on the side shelf in its little pot. This was definitely Uki's room. But why here?
お布団、今朝干したばかりだから、ふかふかのはずよ。
But still, it wasn't right to sleep in a girl's room when she wasn't there. Wait, that wasn't the real question. Then what was the real question? I didn't know. I didn't have the mental capacity left to think about it. Or perhaps it was Hypnos, the god of sleep, tempting me. God in Greek mythology, said to rule over sleep. Well, it didn't matter. I just wanted to sleep. The desire to sleep was controlling my body and mind. As I fell into Uki's bed, I was surrounded by the gentle, mild scent of a young girl. It was a clean, sweet scent, like freshly washed sheets. The scent made me even more tired, and my eyelids slowly began to... My phone was making a noise in my pocket. Who could be calling at this hour? I'm sleepy. Call me some other time. But the phone didn't stop ringing, no matter how long I waited. Bro, this whole character route has been eerie. So...
しつこいな。人がせっかく寝ようとしてるっていうのに、誰だよ一体。
It just wouldn't stop. Even though my mind was still hazy, it felt like I had no choice but to pick up the phone. The name on the display was...
青崎夢.
That's right. So she'd seen my call and finally decided to call back? That's right. I had to find out who she is. I tried to move my fingers to tap the call icon, but my body felt far heavier than it should. I just needed to move my finger a little, but it was like my body belonged to someone else. Or she might just hang up. But it was like my body was paralyzed and it wouldn't move. It was like I was in a dream. A dream? But then, who was dreaming? No, that didn't matter. I needed to pick up the phone. If I didn't hurry, she'd hang up. Hurry. Hurry. I put all my strength into my fingertip and finally was able to answer the call. My voice was so exhausted that it was hard to believe those were my own words. Even as I talked, it felt like I was going to be dragged into the forest of sleep. I was too out of it to even tell whose voice it was on the phone. Man, we still got storms moving through. Oh. Yep. Yep. There, shit, there it is. Damn. Yeah, I guess we got another storm coming through now. I couldn't even tell who was saying what anymore. I was falling into the abyss of sleep.
聞きなさいタクル。あなたがいるのは現実じゃないの。現実のあなたはね、大怪我をして病院のベッドの上にいるのよ。お願いだよタク、思い出して。このままだと戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。タクル、タク、お願いだから戻ってきて。
I could hear desperate cries from very close and from far away. But it was amazing how little it seemed to matter. The gentle light enveloped me, and I fell asleep. Where am I? Huh? I was supposed to be in Uki's room. Was this real? Or a dream? A dream? Whose dream? Mine? I screamed as something suddenly came into view. Tiny little boxes in the shape of a person. Dark red liquid flowing out of them. An overwhelming metallic stench. Inside the boxes was...
ああ、どうだ。自分の大切なものを失う気分は、自分の無力さを思い知りながら後悔に苛まれる気分は。
That's right. I...
彼女は俺にとってかけがえのない存在だった。それをお前は見殺しにしたんだ。でもこれでようやく復讐も終わる。伊藤、お前、次は宮代の番だ。よく切れるメスと麻酔薬は持ってきたか。
I'd been so angry about Yui's death.
それがなきゃひどく痛くて苦しむぞ。ゆいちゃんみたいにな。人なんだ、泣いて命乞いでもするか。助けてくださいって土下座するか。お前本当に。
タクルさん。
I gasped when I heard the voice behind me.
よかった、見つかった。ゆいちゃんは。
And then Uki saw the boxes near my feet and froze. Shocked, she looked at them and then at me as if she was trying to say something. And then she saw Ito.
ゆいちゃんは。
邪魔するな。今いいところなんだよ。可愛い妹の死で絶望の淵にいる宮代は絶望のままあの世へ送ってやるところなんだ。外野は黙って見てろ。
Ito turned towards me. Uki looked at the boxes again, and then she finally seemed to understand the meaning of Ito's words. And then... She took a half step back. And screamed. And glared at him in fury. The D sword appeared in her little hand. Uki staggered forward, flailing the sword wildly. Ito had no idea how to handle this sudden attacker. I got between them, and then... an impact, pain, heat. That's right. She stabbed me with her D-sword. I remembered. That was what happened.
あれが現実。それじゃ今、僕がいるここは、僕の妄想の中。
I could hear voices. I could hear Sarika and Kurisu on the phone. Huh? What's going on? Was that a dream? Was I... Oh, that's right. This was Uki's room. I fell asleep in Uki's room. I was on the phone. I called Yume Aozaki. And then they called me. That's right. Sarika's voice was calling me. Suddenly, something flew by me and knocked the phone out of my hands. It fell on the floor, its body split open by something sharp. My mind was still hazy as I forced myself to look up at the person holding the shining blade above me. Standing next to the bed, her face filled with desperation, was...
Uki.
ダメです。それ以上は気づいちゃいけないです。この世界こそがあなたの、タクルさんの現実なんです。
Wait a sec. So you're telling me Uki is trying to keep him in the dream? Her voice was as sad and desperate as the expression on her face.
どういうことだ?
Uki closed her eyes just for a moment.
優しい家族、温かい友達。楽しいこと、嬉しいこと、幸せなことだけがずっとずっと繰り返しどこまでも続いている。これが現実の渋谷。これがタクルさんにとっての現実。それでいいじゃないですか。
違う。
I struggled to get up, but my body wouldn't move.
何が違うんですか？
それは。
What was wrong with it? If the dream I'd had was right, I wouldn't like what was waiting for me when I woke up. Compared to that, this was paradise. Just like Uki said, here there'd be nothing but fun things, pleasant things, and happy things in my life. But would that really mean I was alive?
やっぱり。
I finally managed to get the strength in my arms and stomach to sit up.
やっぱりここ、現実なんかじゃない。
I was trying to tell myself that. No matter how much I didn't want to admit it, no matter how much I didn't want to accept it, no matter how much I wanted to ignore it, if that was the truth, even if I'd almost died after being stabbed by Uki's D-sword, as long as I was alive...
やめて。お願いですからやめてください。もうそれ以上、辛い思いを味わわなくてもいいじゃないですか。
ウキ。
どうしてなんですか？あなたさえ望めば、ここはどんな幸せな世界にもなるんです。それなのに、どうして、そんな風にせっかくの幸せを壊そうとするんですか？
そんなこと言ったって、夢は夢でしかない。いずれは覚めなきゃいけない。
覚めない方がいい夢だってあります。
Uki looked like she was about to cry.
私はあなたに命に関わるような大きな怪我を負わせてしまいました。もしかしたら二度と今までのような生活はできないかもしれない。たとえ今現実に戻ったとしても、その先あなたを待っているのは辛くて苦しくて嫌なことだらけの人生ですよ。そんなの生きてるって言えるんですか？生きてる意味があるんですか？
The words she said grew in mass and density, creating ripples in my heart. They weighed down heavily upon me, and my mind creaked under the strain. At the same time, the heat and pain from when Uki had stabbed me came rushing back. The feeling of coughing up blood, the feeling of my life flowing out of me, despair shrouding my heart.
そんなの無理ですよ。私には耐えられないです。だから私はこうして新しい世界を作ったんです。タ クルさんの望む幸せな世界を作ったんです。このままこの世界にいた方がタクルさんは絶対に幸せでいられるんです。私だってその方が。
Slowly, like a slow-acting poison, all my negative emotions came welling forth to hold me back. It was fine to put on a brave face and say that I had to wake up from my dream. But if Uki was right, even if I did go back to the old world, my body would be half dead already. And Yui, my little sister, she had been killed by the man I thought was my best friend, and now she was gone. Was there anything left for me in the real world? There was nothing but cruelty and coldness. But in this world, I wasn't hurt at all. Yui was here too. There was even a girl who loved me. Was there really any reason I had to go back? Uki's voice was shaking. Tears were running down her pale white cheeks.
私のせいなんです。何もかも私のせい。
ウキ。
私は。
Uki started to speak, her head downcast. She told me about herself.
私はまだ小さかった頃、お父さんやお母さんに連れられて不思議な場所に通っていました。そこではたくさんの人たちがお祈りをしたり瞑想をしたりしていました。
I imagined it was some kind of religious facility. Evidently, her parents had been involved in some kind of cult.
お父さんとお母さんはとても厳しい人で、私がどうしてそこに行かなければいけないのか教えてはくれませんでしたし、私もそれをおかしなことだって思ったりはしませんでした。ある日、私はあの地下へと連れて行かれました。そしてその後すぐに大きな地震があって、お父さんとお母さんは死んだって言われました。両親の他には親戚は誰もいなくて、行くところのなくなってしまった私はあの地下の部屋で皆さんの面倒を見るようになりました。それも私にとっては当然の成り行きで、どうしてこんなことをしなければいけないのかなんて疑問に思うことはありませんでした。
I remembered when I took her out of that basement. She'd been there since she was very little, and it had been everything she had.
いろいろとお世話をしていると、皆さんはありがとうって言ってくれました。その言葉を聞くと、とても嬉しくて、すごく優しい気持ちになれました。はあ、この人たちは私を必要と思ってくれてるんだ。私のことを頼ってくれてるんだ。そう思うと、とても温かい気持ちになれました。
For young Uki, being needed was the only way she felt she had any value in the world. I could see that from how hard she worked at Alba Dorm. That desire to be needed was the only thing that kept her going.
私は、私の周りにいる人が幸せになってくれることが嬉しいんです。私が幸せになることよりも、誰かが幸せになる。その方が私にとってはとても嬉しいことなんです。誰かに幸せになってほしい。誰かを幸せにしたい。ありがとうって笑ってもらいたい。私はきっとそのために生まれたんです。それなのに。
Her round eyes filled with tears again.
なのに、私は、タクルさんにあんなことを。私のせいで、タクルさんは、私は、タクルさんを不幸にしてしまったんです。私にはもう、現実の世界でタクルさんを幸せにすることはできません。でも、この世界なら、私はタクルさんのことを幸せにすることができます。タクルさんに笑ってもらったり、ありがとうって言ってもらえることができるんです。だから、お願いします。どうか、この世界で、タクルさんが幸せになるお手伝いをさせてください。
僕を幸せに。ウキが。
はい。
Why, I wonder? The meaning of Uki's words slowly sank in. Here, I could be happy. Here, I could smile.
タクルさん。
So maybe it would be okay to stay here. As soon as I started to think so, I began to feel incredibly tired again. Everything started to get hazy. I'm sure this is for the best. Nobody wants to suffer. And there's no difference between reality and delusion anyway. It's all just what your brain is showing you. So it's better to be happy.
タクルさん。
If I just let myself sleep.
私が守りますから。あなたの幸せをずっと守っていきますから。
When I wake up, I'll be happy. Everything started to fade away. A tiny hand rubbed my back. It was Uki's hand, gentle and warm. It would keep me safe. So that's that.
So... ka.
Maybe she was right. If Uki would make me happy, that was fine with me. I slowly sank into the abyss of unconsciousness. Suddenly, I heard a voice that pulled me back from the abyss. A roar filled the air, and a single ray of light flashed. It felt like the void itself was being sliced apart. I struggled to open my eyes and then forced my vision into focus. I saw two people there. One was Uki, who was on top of me, and the other...
Ukiが2人?
The other Uki was holding a huge, elegant blade, far too big for her little body, and using it to tear open a hole in space. The Uki from the other side of the void swung her sword in a flash. The Uki on top of me leapt back and just barely dodged. My mind was having trouble comprehending the fact that I was seeing two Ukis.
何なんだよ、これ。
What was happening? What was going on? Was this part of the dream? Or was it real? I was too tired to try and understand. Why were there two Ukis? The other Uki lifted her blade and readied it. Uki raised her hand out into the emptiness and plunged it into a crack between dimensions. The quanta formed in the dead spot in my brain, and with it a dazzling light, the long flowing blade, the D-sword, appeared in her hand. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. They both moved at almost the exact same time. A blade was brought down in a flash, like a hawk descending on its prey. The other Uki raised her own weapon to block it. Then the other Uki launched her counterattack. The sword scorched the air as it danced faster than the wind. But her powerful strike was deflected by a strange movement where she held the blade diagonally. wind, sound, impact. The two switched rapidly between attacker and defender. The two switched rapidly between one place and another. The two switched rapidly in my mind. I couldn't tell which was which anymore. One of the Ukis seemed to be losing slightly. She yelled in a loud voice that didn't sound like Uki at all.
騙される? どういうことだよ、それ。
彼女が今目の前にいるこの私がさっき話したことは全部嘘なんです。だから騙されないでください。余計なこと言わないで。
A lie? What she just said? That I could live happily in my dreams? That was all a lie?
よく聞いてください。もしもこのまま彼女の言いなりになったとしても、あなたに幸せはありません。
僕に幸せはない。
そうです。このままではあなたは妄想の中に溶けてゆくだけ。そのまま二度と戻ってこれなくなってしまうだけです。それ以上は。
Pale fireworks flashed violently in front of me, and rainbow streaks of light burned into my eyes. I tried as hard as I could to think about what the other Uki, the one that had just appeared, was telling me.
タクルさん、この子の言ってることは嘘です。夢の中ならあなたは幸せになれるんです。違います。そんなの大嘘です。
Which was the real her? Who should I believe?
タクルさん、もう一度よく思い出してください。あの時何が起きたのかを。
Then?
あの日何が起きたのかをもう一度。それ以上は。
What happened that day? It was... That day... What happened?
よく自分の心に問いかけてみてください。考えて結論にたどり着いてください。この妄想が本当は誰のものなのかを。
I could sense a door that was half open in the back of my mind. The vision of the past I'd seen started to slowly open that door once more.
ダメです。やめてください。思い出してはダメ。いや思い出して本当の出来事を、そしてこの妄想が本当は誰のものかを。
What really happened? On that day, tiny little boxes in the shape of a person, dark red liquid flowing out of them, an overwhelming metallic stench. Inside the boxes was...
Ah! どうだ！自分の大切なものを失う気分は！自分の無力さを思い知りながら後悔に苛まれる気分は！
Okay, bro, they are dragging this out way too fucking long. Like, bro, we just went through this like 15 minutes ago. Why are they repeating the same fucking thing again? I remembered this part. That's what had happened that day.
彼女は 俺にとってかけがえのない存在だった。それをお前は見殺しにしたんだ。でもこれでようやく復讐も終わる。伊藤、お前、次は宮代の番だ。よく切れるメスと麻酔薬は持ってきたか？
I'd been so angry about Yui's death.
それがなきゃひどく痛くて苦しむぞ。ゆいちゃんみたいにな。伊藤、なんだ、泣いて命乞いでもするか？助けてくださいって土下座するか？お前、本当に。
タクルさん。
Then Uki came.
よかった、見つかった。ゆいちゃんは。
And when she saw what happened to Yui, and then she screamed. She real booted the D sword. I remembered the D sword flailing wildly, Ito running and screaming. I got between them, and then I reached out my hand. And in my hand was my D sword.
あの時、僕は本能に突き動かされるまま、視界の隅に現れたディソードに手を伸ばして、そして、その手を、僕を刺されたのは僕じゃない。
タクルさん。
僕がウキを。
The horrible sensation of ripping through blood vessels and muscle fiber. Her body crumpling forward. The sound of her coughing up blood. The thud when she bounced off the pavement. Uki's body turning red. It all came back to me. As the truth of the past came back to me, the Uki from this reality screamed and collapsed on the cold floor. She started to spasm and vomit up blood. Her limbs flailed out in impossible directions and froze. It was a slow death, but a certain one. My mouth went wide open in shock as I tried to understand what was happening to her. She reached out her hand into the air, fingers curled as if she wanted to grab something. And then her arm fell, and she stopped moving at all.
Uki. Uki.
I remembered even if I wished I hadn't. What I'd just seen was the hidden truth. And because I'd remembered it, the Uki from this reality had died. All the exhaustion and desire for sleep that had been eating away at my body were gone. I suddenly felt something strange and looked down at my hands. In my right hand was a long, sharp sword. The shining blade was covered in sticky blood.
僕はまた
思い出してくれたんですね。
The other Uki whispered softly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she stared at her own twisted body lying on the floor.
ここはタクルさんが作った世界なんかじゃなかったんです。ここは山添雨季が作り出した世界。私の中の妄想の世界。
It was Uki's.
Uki は本物のUkiは今
現実の私はタクルさんの隣のベッドで眠っています。
僕の隣で。
はい。そしてここは消えかかる命の中で旅立つ間際に見る夢の世界。
Uki の夢の世界。
そう。私の夢の世界を無意識にリアルブートしてしまいました。その夢にタクルさんを巻き込んだまま。
So this world was Uki's dream.
この子は
Uki's voice sounded a little sadder.
この子は私がずっと欲しいと思っていた憧れを手にした私でした。
Uki knelt down and silently closed her other self's eyes. And then she slowly stood up and walked over to the desk and opened the drawer. She took out a tiny envelope. It was a pink envelope, like a little girl would choose.
覚えていますか？
それは。
It wasn't something from so long ago that I would forget it, and it had left an incredible impression on me. So I remembered it very well. It was the envelope that Yume Alzaki had used to send her love letter.
嘘をついてごめんなさい。
Uki looked a little embarrassed.
あの手紙を書いたのも、そしてあなたの理想の女の子の姿であのお店で待っていたのもこの子。いえ、私だったんです。
Uki was Yume Alzaki? But why?
憧れていたんですね、きっと。自分でも気づいていなかったけど。だから、せめて夢の中でもって。
It was a world that any girl might see once in her dreams. But for Yuki, maybe that was what she'd always wanted. For a girl who'd grown up in that dark basement, who'd never gotten a chance to go to school.
そうか。
Yume Alzaki. Something clicked in my mind. Yume Alzaki. Rearrange the letters, and it becomes Uki Yamazoe. The answer had been there all along.
ありがとうございました、タクルさん。
Her eyes were still downcast as she spoke.
私は夢の中でほんの少しでも憧れの日々を送ることができました。
I felt like I knew what Uki was trying to say.
でも、これでもう夢は終わりです。
Uki。
もうすぐ現実の私は死んでしまうでしょう。
But that's...
でも、その前に、タクルさんはタクルさんのいるべき世界に戻ってください。あの人が、久野里さんが言っていました。私が死ねば、この妄想の渋谷はディラックの海に飲み込まれてしまうって。だから、タクルさんはその前に早く。
ウキは、君はどうするつもりなんだ？
もう時間はありません。
答えになってない。お前はどうするんだよ。
私は。
She tried to continue, but before she could get out the words, the strength left her body, and she was forced to the ground.
何？
I quickly ran over to her and grabbed her by the arm and tried to help her up.
何やってんだよ。
タクルさん。
お前も一緒だろ。一緒に戻るんだよ。
No matter how hard the real world was, no matter how far away happiness seemed.
タクルさん。
ほら、立てよ。立って一緒に来いよ。
I would take her with me.
ありがとう、タクルさん。
And then Uki smiled a little.
でも、ダメです。
She quietly brushed my hand away.
私はもう、ここに来るだけでもう
限界だったんです。
何を言って。
She pointed to the D sword in my hand with a shaking finger.
久野里さんが言っていました。ディソードは妄想と現実とをつなぐ橋のようなものなんだって。
そんなことは。
だからそれをしっかりと伝っていけばきっと現実に戻れます。
お前がいれば現実に戻れるんだろ。だったらお前も一緒に。
Uki was sitting on the floor, reaching out a shaking hand. She was reaching for a broken pot. It had shattered during the fight, and the Chiflera was lying on the floor looking sad. Somehow, it seemed like it was just like Uki herself.
タクルさん。この子、ありがとうございました。
そんなの。
It was nothing at all. But before I could say another word, Uki...
嬉しかった。
Uki collapsed to the floor. And then the world started to fall apart. The ground and sky started to roar and shake. And everything was pulled back into a pre-quantum state of possibility. Everything dissolved into ones and zeros and fell apart. The end of the world was inescapable, and it was almost upon me. I desperately tried to grab her tiny body, but her outlines started to blur. The matter that made up her body was dissolving, like sand being blown away by the wind. It was turning back into ones and zeros, and disappearing as if it had never been there. I stabbed the D-sword into the floor and clung to it to help myself stay standing. And soon the destruction came for me as well. I felt like my body was being ripped apart. A wave of annihilation enveloped me. And all my senses blacked out. Everywhere I looked, there was nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. The void. Or perhaps, was this the Dirac Sea, where all things would someday return? I was wandering an endless void. I will be right back. Okay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and stop here for tonight. I don't know how much longer this is gonna go on, so, So yeah, I will be back. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, and yeah, we'll do the Bernice story, agent story on Zenless Zone Zero, and then we'll probably do some more of Chaos Child. Maybe even possibly conclude this route. I don't know. Not sure how close we are to the end, but I think we're probably approaching the end, so we'll see. So yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night.